Just a bit of housekeeping. Hey, Colin, if anybody comes in from the public, can you make them aware of the health and safety issues, please? Thank you. We'll start with apologies.
So we've received the apologies today from Councillor Jones, George Riley and Deanne Wolfstand.
Is Tui online?
George is on there. Shit.
No, George has apologised.
Yeah.
He just sent
Missing, but she wants.
Who moved it? It's gone. Who moved the apology?
I'm happy to move. Sorry, you've got Deanne as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll second it. All in favour? Okay, do we start straight on to 80?
Yes, so that's where we got to at the end of yesterday's proceedings. We page 55 of the agenda and recommendation 80 under corporate services.
Okay,
I'd like to move 80, please.
any seconders on that? I'm happy to second it.
Thank you. Now, before I say anything, I'd like to go straight to Bruce just for an explanation of where the salaries sit and percentages and so forth for the rise, just as a quick update. Is that okay? Bruce.
So,
Update from
Gotcha.
Bruce. Yep, yeah, oh, sorry. Yeah, I thought he was asking you, Drake. No, that's,
Thank you.
yep.
so the current situation with our remuneration budget is we're sitting at about 2% below the market, so 2% under the current market. And that's an average throughout the organisation. Some roles are paid a little bit higher than market, some are paid under market. And last salary review, we did a 5% increase, plus a 1% increase in KiwiSaver for those staff that have served 3 or more years. Part of that increase was to address the anomalies that we've got throughout the organisation. We got halfway through that process. We've still got half of those anomalies that we need to still address. And this year we're proposing in the long-term plan a 6% increase to address those anomalies and also to keep up with inflation. And I just had a look on the inflation calculator this morning from the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. And if we look at a 2-year period from Q1 22 to 24, CPI inflation was 10.9% over that period. Wage inflation over that period was 13.4%. I know that's looking backwards, I can't look forwards. But also when I look at the local government remuneration report from Strategic Pay for 2024, it also notes that the overall change in the market movement in the March 23 to 24 period was 6.4% for base salary, 6.6% for fixed remuneration. So in our last round, we didn't keep up those figures either. So we're looking at being 2% currently below the current market, and we're looking at a 6% increase. In factoring in inflation, we're about right. I think that gives us approximately about 1% headroom when we take into account the bill inflation factor, which is 2.9% for next year. And that's essentially the reason why we're recommending a 6% increase for this current year. Year 2, we're recommending a 5% increase. Year 3, we're recommending a 3% increase.
So thanks, Bruce. Look, I just wanted the statistical information before I talked about my other factors. Now, I know, first of all, obviously we're behind and we're catching up. I think that's important. We've discussed that a number of times. And I know there will be concern that in terms of other sectors, especially central government sector, that staff are being laid off. In terms of the private sector, your job security is not there. But I do feel that our number one point for securing our confidence with the public is our staff. And I'm very, very supportive of these increases. And I know that it's difficult times. I fully understand that. I fully understand that this is it looks a substantial increase. But I do believe that the staff are the number one thing that push the organisation forward. And we need to retain staff. We've lost a lot in the past. I also believe that job security is important, and we do offer that. We do offer that at regional council as opposed to other organisations. But I just feel that if we sort of skimp on this one, we aren't sending the right message out to current staff and future staff. So I fully support this operational spend. I know it seems a lot. We've discussed at length figures of 25 and 50,000. This is far more. But like I said, you know, the people that go out in the field, the people that meet the public, they are our number one resource. So we've got to look after them.
Kia ora tātou, just letting you know that Peter Lucas and Tui have joined the meeting. We are on the same phone because that makes things easier for us for now. Kia ora tātou.
Okay, I'll just talk to that.
Mr. Chair, just before we get into it, also just want to notify the meeting that we do have something to do at 1:30 p.m. Kia ora.
Okay. Bruce, look, I don't think there's anybody in this.
It's 1:30 p.m. Samoan time. Kia ora.
Okay, that doesn't value the staff's input. We are not a regional council without staff. Could you just explain the innovation that we brought in, or you guys have promoted to us with the 34 hours a week now with the 1 day off, what it's done to the organisation, morale, and Jono, I think, can talk to it as well.
Yeah.
What that's done.
Yep, no, I think that certainly the 9-day fortnight, if you like, has really boosted staff morale. It's been a really great increase, and you know that's gone down well. We are evaluating that. We are measuring that, and the results so far are very positive through the surveys we're undertaking, and we'll continue to undertake those surveys. It's a really good initiative for retention of staff and staff morale and their wellbeing. However, it doesn't replace the financial remuneration that staff are currently still behind.
Yep. No, that's the point I want. Jono, you can speak. You've spoken to me about what you've noticed with the 9-day fortnight.
Kia ora, Chair. Yeah, I've had really positive feedback from staff across the board, both on the recognition of work-life balance, on maintaining their delivery, but also on this is a key reason for staff staying. You'll recall that just over 12 months ago, we had a staff turnover rate of around 19%. We're now on a staff turnover of just below 10%. I've also had feedback from other organisations that have made comment to me that their staff have come to the NRC because of that and want to work for NRC. It's a point of difference for us to attract quality staff.
Another question, Bruce. With the $2.1 million underspend on salaries for this financial year, looking at what you're proposing to increase forward, is there any way that could be rolled forward into the next year, alleviating the 1.392 that you've?
The only way that could be done, Chair, is through bonuses, because it's a one-off allocation of money. It's not an ongoing source of funding moving forward. So if you were to try and use a year-end surplus, you'd have to allocate that as bonuses at that one point in time.
Can we use it this year to use some salary increases already?
Does everyone, just to explain what Bruce said there, is because it's a year-end surplus, it's just a one-off chunk of money. So it's not actually an increase in people's salary, because the subsequent year, then I don't have that money to keep that level of salary.
But can't we use it?
So you could potentially use it, but like Bruce said, it's only there for a
With all due respect and for clarification, Jono, and through the chair, are we speaking to recommendation 80 or 81?
80 at the moment. So
Thank you.
Jono,
Kia ora.
So it's only there that's able to be spent once, because so yes, you could carry it forward into the next financial year, and it could be provided as bonuses for people's salaries, but then in the subsequent year, their salary would need to decrease the proportionate amount, because we don't then have that budget there to be able to pay those staff that amount. So there's basically would work as a bonus system.
okay. Yep. Okay. So we've got John and Amy.
Amy was first. That's
Oh, it's Amy. I wasn't sure.
I'd like to speak after them, please, Mr. Chair. Kia ora.
Okay.
Sorry, just along the same line. So just wondering if that if there was an underspend saving, could be allocated for year one, but then through the LTP, we continue with the planned year 2, 3 and ongoing.
26, 27.
Yeah, so I understand that it's a one-off amount of money, but could that be used as a way to offset for 1 year? And then through this plan, we continue with the remainder of the increase?
Okay, Bruce is shaking his head.
No,
Bruce, do you
no,
want to respond?
no, it can't be, because at the end of the year, it's just simply that, it's a one-off surplus, and then moving forward, that money is not in the next year's budget
I see.
to accommodate.
Because these are cumulative.
Yes, correct.
Where does that surplus go then? That 2.1 million, if it's been rated for salaries, where does it go if it's not used for salaries?
That's at council's discretion in August. So
Okay.
we'll come to you with a series of recommendations as to
Yeah.
what you wish to do with that.
Like for me, it just seems we've rated for it. We haven't used it. And like, I'm like Amy, like, I don't know. Anyway.
And sorry, Chair, going forward, we have also built into this long-term plan a factor to accommodate any surplus. So we've factored in, there is potential for a salary surplus. So we've taken that away, if you like, and accounted for that already. So we've offset the potential for a significant or as large a surplus in this LTP, because we've built in that reduction already and taken that off. So essentially reduce the salaries budget to accommodate the turnover that we know that we'll have.
Bloody complicated, Bruce, but anyway.
Because essentially, you recall when we were putting together the LPP, we went to our auditors and said, hey, look, we always have, because of turnovers, a salary surplus. And they provided us advice as to what a percentage of our salary budget could be used based on our historic salary surpluses.
Yeah.
And what was the percentage, Bruce?
Casey?
2.5% of our salary budget we've then therefore built into the proposals that you guys have got here that isn't being funded by rate. So 2.5% of salaries for the FTEs that are here have been are budgeted not on rate increases but on that annual salary savings. So this will be the first time next financial year that we start doing that as a model.
Okay, are you finished, Amy?
Yeah.
John?
Thank you.
I probably agree with everything Rick said, except he only said half the story.
Said what?
Only half the story. The point I'm trying to make is that we're balancing up between keeping staff employed on the job and then looking after our shareholders, our ratepayers, and that's where I'm coming from with this. You talk about inflation. Farming during COVID got up to 40%. Those people are really hurting. I read submissions. A lot of people probably don't have enough background on staff, but they're saying, why are they getting an increase when we're actually getting a decrease? I sort of read those and I sort of think, probably haven't got all the information in front of them, so we're in a better position to know. But that is a reality, is that what we're doing here is staff an increase and expecting our ratepayers to pay more. Under a recession, times are tough, employment's going up. You can employ anyone today. I've got 2 painters going at the moment, electrician, it's all going pretty good. Luckily I can carry on, but I couldn't have done that under the boom times. So people are starting to hurt. Even in Darwin, that seems to be slower. It seems to slow down less or later than probably Whangarei does. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, I appreciate the staff. I know what they're doing. I want to retain staff because I know they're hard to replace if you lose them. But that's our job here today. Thank you.
Okay, Peter Lucas?
Kia ora. In terms of 80, recommendation 80, I just want to make a comment, and that's really around our approach to this whole exercise in over the last few months. And what I want to make reference to is the whakatauki. There's a whakatauki, or an ancient proverb, and it says, he wā e tika ana ki te titiro whakawaho, he wā anō e tika ana ki te titiro whakaroto. And that really makes reference of how there's a time to look externally. And we've done that when we looked at how we could reduce costs. But likewise, there is a time to look internally. And so I think that's very important when we think about corporate services. and what we hope to achieve by making these recommendations into decisions. So when I say that, I take a moment and I reflect on my comments over the last, almost 2 years, which have very much been in reference to affirmative action in recruitment, because through all of the exercises, we have lent on the volunteer expertise of those people that have provided advice through subcommittees like TTMAC and other groups that were established through the TTMAC. Now, I think that's actually an admirable way to create a level of engagement. But what it fails to do, and I use that word very specifically and with purpose, what it fails to do is to grow internal capability. And so I know that we have a line there that says relationships and engagement, Māori treaty, da 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 da. But what we can do in places like this is make a decision to actually approach corporate services from a capability development point of view, which means that we don't have to lean so hard on the volunteer services of those associated with TTMAC. It means that we can put on our big boy shoes and we can walk the walk and stop talking the talk. So I'm actually in support of this recommendation on the provision that it is weaved together with an affirmative action for recruiting Māori expertise, because a lot of the work that we do has lent unfairly on the expertise of TTMAC. And from my point of view, that fails not just our council, but the people that we are here to serve, because the advice that we expect for free from the TTMAC members is the same level of advice we would pay consultants for if it was another work stream. So I want us to look at corporate services, not as a work stream, but a way for us to weave an important element and strand that is a theme that needs to come across all of our work streams and not just exist in one specific area that we call Māori relationships and engagement. So I want to leave that thought with us as we give time to this conversation to evolve. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. We've got your thoughts there. Is there any other thoughts, please, before we?
Just to write a reply.
Yes.
So ready? Everybody
Yes.
finished? Okay. Look, I just want, I fully understand that, we need to be cognizant of spending in these prudent times. There's no question about this. Tough economic times. I understand the comments that you're making, John, that we're, they maybe only told half the story. But I guess we need to show leadership to the community as well. And the 9-day fortnight is a great example, but it doesn't give the financial incentive for staff to stay. So I think that's important. And look, again, these are the frontline people in our community, and if we do not back them, we are down the line. We are going to be in trouble, meeting our legislative requirements. So we need to support this. Thank you.
Okay, time to put it to a vote. All in favour of the recommendation 80? Against? Passed. Okay, on to 81.
Thank you, everybody.
I'll move 81.
Tui and I are sharing this device, so I think that needs to be really clear. I'm just sharing that I tautoko Tui, just for the record. Tautoko. Yeah, and we're in support of this, but we are at a conference, so just be aware that there is a bit of noise around us. Kia ora.
Can you use the chat, please, Peter Lucas? Okay. On to item 81, that the council supports. I don't have to read it. We've all read it. Do I have a mover
Yeah,
for
I
81?
moved it, yeah.
Any seconder?
Yeah, I'll second.
Jack? Okay, Marty, got any questions? Pretty
No,
straightforward.
Yeah, straightforward. We do need those efficiencies.
Okay, any, Jack?
No, it's any saving that staff have come up with is fine by us.
Pretty
Thank you very
straightforward. We
much.
can move on to this one. All in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Check the chat, please.
They will, yeah, but still that will be carried.
Carried.
With a number of them.
Yes, okay. On to 82.
No, you're doing
Okay.
great, thank you.
82. The council supports the revisions, operational spend. Do I have a mover? Okay, Rick. I'll second it. Okay, any conversation, Rick?
Yep. It's just really backing up what I said. Externally, the staff, are our front line, but internally, we need to look after them as well. And internally, this extra health and safety person, I believe, we've had numerous reports. We've seen the reasons for staff leaving. We've seen the stress levels and so forth. I just think if we keep a lid on this internally, we're going to look far, far better externally. So that's why I support this health and safety officer.
As a second, can I add to that, Mr. Chairman? I think this is not only about health and safety of staff and well-being, it's about risk management for the organisation. It's very important that we're all over this legislation and our responsibilities under it. And I've had personal experience of, well, not in my department, but in organisations that have been brought to book by not being prepared properly. Also, this is only turning a fixed term position into a full-time. So it's just an administrative move. Thank you.
Okay, well, I just think with the growth of our organisation, we need to be organised around this.
In accepting that we need a health and safety officer, I wonder if we need to go from 0 to 100 miles and one off, and whether it could be filled by a part-time position. Happy to be led on that.
We did bring this a while ago, but who's here to speak on this? Yes.
It definitely requires a full-time person. In fact, I think even with the 2 health and safety officers, if you approve this, we're still under-resourced based on a recent external audit that took place earlier this month.
Okay, so it's about 1 to 100 people at the moment.
It's about
1 to 150.
Yeah, there's 300 staff, so
Yeah.
2 officers. But it's also the diversity of work we undertake, from shooting, diving, heavy machinery. It's a wide spectrum.
And John,
If I could just really speak in support of this. This is maybe a really important one for us, both 82 and 83, around getting the capacity and getting the OPEX to be able to make sure that our staff will go home safely at the end of the day. We do undertake a really diverse range of activities. If we were talking about Kalupa earlier on, commercial diving, we were talking about deer eradication, firearm safety. We do have a lot of high risk activities, and I think we are under resourced in this area at present.
Yeah, thanks for answering that. It just puts it on the public record as to why.
okay, Tui, you got your hand up?
Kia ora, Peter Lucas here. I'm keen to learn why we don't have somebody responsible for this at the moment, and if we do, who is responsible and how their workload has changed in so much as time allocation to this specific line item, and why we need somebody now and why we didn't need someone before.
Bruce?
Thanks, Chair. So I'm the GM responsible for the oversight of health and safety through the human resources team that 2 health and safety officers report to Bureau. We have always been under-resourced in this area, and it wasn't until it was sometime last year that the ELT got together and had a look at our current situation with health and safety across the organisation. And we did engage council on that as well. And we identified a number of areas for improvement. So it's been a learning And then we're looking to put in place these improvements that we identified, engaged council over. So it's a continuation of the journey.
And just to clarify, Bruce, this is, so council gave us some fixed budget to get a fixed term additional resource. This is turning that temporary additional capacity into a permanent capacity for council.
Correct.
All right, I think we've discussed
Kia
this
ora.
enough.
And just to give a bit of background to my question, is because our role as governors is to ensure that those of our employees and those that are within our organisation, whether they're even visitors, that we are responsible for their health and their safety. On top of that, I just want to add cultural safety, because there have been situations that have occurred over the last 2 years, and I'm speaking to my observations. And the way that I would measure those incidents is that they prove to be a risk to people's health and safety. And we might look at the situational experiences that have included racist attacks on our staff and councillors. So I just want us to be really clear about what we are talking about when we think about health and safety, and that we take a broad approach to it, whilst including our statutory obligations and responsibilities. When we walked into the council chambers and agreed to uphold the intent and purpose of a number of legislations, what we agreed to was the human rights legislation as well, which I think is really important, that we take a three-pronged approach to what health and safety means, and not just limit it to what we believe we should be reporting on through the audit, finance and risk.
Okay, I think we've heard enough, please. Can we move on and have a vote on this, please?
Yep.
All in favour? Against? Carried. Okay, we're going to take the next all together. I think it's pretty well encompassed just what we voted on, because mainly it covers support.
Yep, I'm happy to move 83 and 84 together.
Do we have a seconder? Okay, Amy, would you like to speak to it?
I think these are all connected, and so I'm very happy to take them, unless, I mean, I get 84 is something additional. Jono, you wanted to make a comment, but I think we've traversed the health and safety stuff well.
I think that's just a reflection of keeping up with the growing needs of support for a growing organisation. Yeah, we've got to that tipping point.
We need to back up. We're going to employ somebody. We need to be able to get the job done. Okay, so ready for a vote?
Yep, ready for a vote.
Yeah, okay. All in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against? Passed. Okay, down to 85.
Can we take both together, Chair?
Well, I think so.
Yep.
Pretty well integrated. Do we have a mover to take them both together?
Yep.
So you move it. Do we have a seconder?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, well, Jack, you're the seconder. Okay, Rick, you've got the option to speak on this.
No, I'm very happy.
Okay, it's taken as read. Thanks, everybody. Jack, have you got a comment?
Oh, well, we've thrashed this out.
You've thrashed it.
Thank the Chair for leading the charge and trying to get a better deal, but we have to accept what we accept. So, yes.
Okay, no other conversation. We can move on. All in favour? Say aye. So that's for 85 and 86. Against? Passed. Okay, so we're up to 87. We've got information services and technology from 87 to
92.
92. Who's in favour of taking them all together, or they want to separate them? Rick is a mover. Do I have a seconder to take them all together?
The 92?
Yep.
Okay, all right, we'll take them individually.
No. I'll second. You said.
That's it, take it together.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, all right. All right, Rick, you got the floor.
Say a lot about IT, but less said the better, I think. And look, we have our ups and downs with it. I don't think we're in a no-win situation with IT. So these proposals that can hopefully lock it in. So let's go for it. Get it done.
Okay, Jack, you second.
Yeah,
it?
look, we've shed all our tears over and cut the best deal we could with our providers. So I think the staff are coming up with some really creative ways of keeping the cost down. Thank you very much.
Bruce, you'd like to speak about, I know it's been a big cultural shift and hard decisions being made around this.
Thanks, Chair. I think to me, everything that we're proposing in this plan does have a touch element with IT. So there is, and we're currently struggling to keep up with demand as it is at the moment. And I just want to point out that our expenditure has increased significantly, like our total revenue budget from the last LTP at year one was 72 million, and they're up to 89 million. And the operational expenditure is, of the same proportionate. So activity is growing, we need to support the organisation.
Yep, that's a given.
Good.
No other conversations, so all in favour?
Aye.
So that's all in favour from 87 to 92?
Yep.
Against? Passed. Okay, so moving on to 93. This is a pretty well straightforward proposal. It's a licensing opportunity. Do we want to take a 93 down to 94 as one, or you want to keep them separate?
I'm happy to take them both.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, right.
We need a seconder.
I'll second.
Okay, Marty. Is it worth a conversation? Anybody?
Once again, straightforward.
So reducing it's
All in favour?
Aye.
Against? Passed. That's 93 to 94. Down to 95. Now, sorry. Oh, what we took. Oh, 95.
Yeah, 95.
Yep, sorry, just my laptop keeps moving. Okay, so we're going to do 95 by itself, or we're going to go down to 98? It's all around our IT budgets, something that
I'll
we've already,
move all four. Happy to
okay,
move all four,
all
so
four.
95 to 98.
so 95 to 98. Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Amy?
Can I just speak against that motion? Yeah, I'd like a bit of clarification on 96 and 98. We've got both Microsoft and hard security in 96. Is that not a replication of resilience to cyber threats in 98?
Yeah, you speak. Yep.
Carol, would you like to answer that one? I can answer it.
Through the chair. 96 is in relation to the software licensing, and 98 is some capacity to implement additional controls. So it's one thing to have the tool set, and then it's about the implementation thereafter of it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other knowledge anybody needs? Okay, there's a vote. All in favour?
Aye.
Say aye. Against? Passed. So that was passed from 95 to 98. Now we've moved down to 99. They do not, it's just a do not one. So the council do not support the provision of operational spend of 75,000 in the 24-25 and 25,000 in the 25-26. So it's to do with the National Farm Data Platform. It's a great recommendation. I don't think we need to discuss it. So do we have a mover? Okay, John and Amy. Any discussion?
Big workshop.
All in favour?
Aye.
Aye. So that was 99. Against? Passed. Okay, we're down to 100. So it's more operational spend around GIS officer to support resource management reforms as proposed in the long-term plan.
Yeah.
If you want to take that, it runs down to 101. I think we should take both of those together. No, you want to separate them out, Joe?
Yeah, I just struggle. It's another $100,000.
So do you want to do 100 by himself?
Yep.
Okay. Are you going to move that?
No.
You're not? Okay.
I'll second.
Second, okay, Amy?
Well, it sounds like Joe's got something to say, so I'll listen to Joe first.
Okay, Joe?
Yeah, I just, not convinced that all these positions are necessary. We're just walking away into a massive rate increase. It's another 100,000. Close to it. I just question with the changes speak set up by this government, whether we need to do this line.
Okay, I dare say we'll call on Ruben. Is this part of your role here, Ruben? Supporting information, where do you see this? Is it, you're the right person or Louise?
I'm happy to talk to it.
Okay.
So the take home is that since this recommendation was put forward, there's been a huge amount of uncertainty presented by government. So this was initially put forward in response to our requirements to do spatial planning under the Spatial Planning Act. That's obviously been repealed. We do see spatial planning as a really important component of the work that we do, but there's no statutory response that's required at this point in time. So
You're speaking to resolution 100.
100.
Yeah.
oh, right.
Council supports the provision operational spend of 97,000. 21 and 26, 27.
It's
And-
2 years away, folks. Yeah.
To fund the additional GIS officer to support resource management reforms. Okay, that's yours, Louise.
It's not my role, but I'm very happy to start. So you will see that in our thinking back to yesterday, when we were looking into the climate action and natural hazards, we had in the do more an additional GIS officer specifically for community resilience. However, we obviously didn't get that. The reason we were asking that was because there is not enough capacity in council at the moment to support all the GIS requests that we get. We have some pockets. We have quite a high demand on that service, particularly for civil defence and particularly during a response. The demand cannot be met through the organisation at the moment, and therefore we have to contract that at a significantly higher cost. So that's just my area of work.
Yeah.
I rely on staff within my Rivers team who happen to have picked up GIS on the way and have become an expert to provide information across my team, but that's actually not their role. So they're taken off other things to be able to do that. So fundamentally, it's about the organisation doesn't, and that's just my area. I'm saying there's other pulls on these people. GIS is what everybody wants. Everybody wants pretty pictures. They tell a really good story to our communities and are really helpful for us to be able to understand where we're doing our work, if nothing else. So it's a whole organisational thing, but from my own perspective of community resilience, we would really support this.
Okay, so Colin, this would be part of your, you would have in your consenting and all that, GIS support is quite.
Yeah, I certainly agree with everything what Louise said. Yeah, another thing I'll point out, and it's about the services we provide to customers, whether they're internal from our own groups or externally. We're often asked for information on a large array of data that we hold, and often it's the best way to provide that information is on like a GIS layer, or maps and so forth. It's and they're in high demand. So I certainly think it's something which not only is important internally, it's important to provide with customer service.
Okay, we take on valid points because you're all working together, and this officer will cover a lot of the areas of expertise. Okay, so Marty,
Just a question, knowing how beneficial it is, are we able to recover anything from commercial interests for interrogating our system? I know we hate NIWA for charging us for their information, but is there any recovery of costs?
Is this through the provision of information to other parties?
Yeah.
essentially you can do that through Lagoima requests. After a certain amount of time's expired.
Yeah.
Do we charge for the provision of data? Typically not, it's freely available.
Ratepayers paid for it already, yeah,
We paid for it.
yeah.
Technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't make a buck.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
thank
charge
you.
back to all you paid. So you paid and then get charged again. Okay, we got Nice with a hand up.
Hi, morena tātou. Yeah, I personally think when we look back to how we have endorsed the Taitokerau Resilience Plan and taiki and everything else that council does on the ground with our people, I think that this is actually underinvested in, and GIS mapping being a coastal region and the challenges that we face with climate change and climate adaptation, that this is critical. It's a key part to us understanding and saving lives in Te Taitokerau. Kia ora.
Okay, thanks, Nice. I think we've discussed this strong enough. It's pretty good, didn't take 101 as well, but anyway, we'll take 100. Joe, now you have your concerns being covered.
Well, I suppose it's just the cumulative effect of these positions. Jono, can you just tell us the total staff increase spend on staff in these positions in this LTP?
GIS,
No, the whole range. We just is
number of staff through the LTP.
the increase in positions.
We've done that.
Yesterday. We did that yesterday. It's gonna be enough.
No, we're just trying to get a measure of how far we've got to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Kyla and Casey, but as proposed, we had 23 staff in year one and 33 staff over years 1 through 3. Have we trimmed any of those out so far? 0.5.
But that's not correct, Chair. We discussed this yesterday. It's because it's only 14 new staff. Is that correct?
So if you take the fixed term currently on board that we're trying to make permanent, it's 14 brand new.
Thank you. Thank you for clarification. Your questions answered, Joe?
Yep.
Okay. Well, we've discussed this. So all in favour of item 100?
Yep.
Against? Passed. So 100 is passed. Move on to 101. I'd like to move it. I think it's a quick one. It's already agreed. Rick, you second it. Any discussion? No. All in favour of proposed 101?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Passed. Okay. 102, I think, is pretty well runs on supporting an IT officer as proposed in long-term plan. We take this, I've got a mover for 102.
Yep.
We have a seconder.
I'll second.
Second it. Okay. I think we need to talk about it. It's an extra person. Peter Luke, hold on. Who
Did I move it?
Yeah, yes, you moved it. You have the first.
No, I just know that similar to the other discussion that, we're growing. It's a no-win situation. So I tell you, the more people on board, I just think we need that support. So, and I'm sure the staff will comment on that as well. But we ourselves as councillors know we need that IT support.
And yet we should hear.
We sit here every day, we need that.
Okay,
Yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah.
But does that mean we've got a complex system rather than a simple system?
I've just got a question. Is this role, or question this role, in any way connected to the extra work we've had to do as a result of our enterprise system issues and the fact that we're melding systems and we've saved a lot of money with the consultant, well, the providers, but we've given ourselves a lot more work internally. Is that related to this request?
I think it's all cumulative, Councillor Crowe. I think not that in isolation, but just the general growth across the organisation and the additional need for more IT support and IT solutions to help the organisation.
Of course, to give us an idea of the kind of, we're not just talking about people that run around and help decrepit old councillors with their computers.
Speak for
People
yourself.
like that. That's right.
The decrepit computers, not the decrepit councillors.
We've got a breadth of work than IT staff ever of this new person would do.
Harold, do you want to-
All right, I just missed the questions. for Councillor Paul.
What does this new FTE will add to the NRC
In
organisation?
terms of tasks, what kind of tasks would they perform?
This particular role here was one that once we looked at all of the other initiatives that were put up by the organisation, the cumulative effect was actually we're going to be under the pump even further. So that's why.
That means employ more people.
That's across the entire.
Across the
Okay, thank you.
organisation, general support and to, help
Add more
support the
people, you need
digital literacy of our staff and community members.
Yep, I'm happy. Thank you.
Okay, Peter Lucas have his hand up, and then you, John.
Kia ora tātou. I do have a question, and my question is really about what do we consider to be the description of this role? Because is it going to include, for example, data management, server management? Are we going to extend on the services that we actually provide in-house? Are they going to act as a bridge between users and the broader IT infrastructure? Are they simply going to be providing assistance with a wide range of like technology related issues, or do we actually hope to bring more capability into our current team? I'm trying to understand, because like the way that this recommendation is written, it sounds very low level to me, and I just want some reassurance around what level we are looking to recruit at. Kia ora.
You get a response from the team?
Kia ora, Councillor Jones. I think it is building on both capability and capacity. We do have several what I'd consider juniorish IT roles within the organisation that do some of the basic help and assistance. But this role here would be a more senior role, and it would help support the things like our new software, Elmo, our new software for the safety champions, for example. Some of the other initiatives that have been mentioned in this long-term plan deliberations. So it is general, but it is at a more senior level than some of the more junior positions.
Oh, kia ora, Bruce. And just to provide a little bit of background to my question is because as we hope to manage our data better, to govern our data better, that includes us being able to know how we are actually categorizing the respective work streams that gather corpus for us, whether it's mapping, whether it's corporate services, whether it's related to Māori land services. I mean, we would need somebody to like consider that from an IT point of view as well. And whether or not that sits in corporate services, because it very well could be. I'm not sure exactly how we want to, with these new roles, really think about, rather than just filling gaps, like breathing life into the future, because I think this is an opportunity to do that. But if we're recruiting at a senior level, that looks like a junior level salary to me. Kia ora.
All right, okay, I think we're ready to move on to this. So I'll just wait for Amy to sit down again. Like to move 102. All in favour? Aye. Against?
I'm in favour. Kia ora.
Okay, we're down to corporate strategy. Now, 103 to 104, anybody to move, we take both of these together? Okay, Rick. I'll second it, keep it moving. Rick, would you like to speak to this? Pretty self-explanatory.
Pretty straightforward.
I don't think I have to speak to it, it's all well read. No other comments? All in favour to accept 103 to 104, say aye. Against? Passed. Down to 105. Okay, are we going to take 105 and 106 together?
Yep, I'll move 105 and 106.
Okay, do I have any seconder for that?
Yep.
Joe? Okay, Amy, the floor's yours.
I don't really need to speak to it, thank you, unless staff wanted to highlight anything.
That's an opportunity, staff. No, Joe? All good. All in favour of 105 to 106?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Sorry, my computer's just
It's right. 107.
changed that. Sorry, just my computer.
I'm happy to move 107 and 108, the vehicles.
Okay.
They're word for word exactly the same.
Yeah, it's been it's been a bit double up there. So we're actually talking about 107. 108 has actually just been doubled up. Is that correct, Bruce?
That's, as per, I'm just checking the team, but that's my reading.
Yeah.
It's word for word.
Yeah, we're just checking that it may have replaced another recommendation that's not in here.
Would you like us to miss it for now while you come back to it?
I think, Chair, if you could just ignore 108,
Yes.
Yeah.
Can that be recorded?
and we'll check that one, check for the missing one. And we'll
Okay.
come back to
Would you like us to come back to property and assets again?
I think, Chair, you can perhaps consider 107.
Okay, we'll put 107 on the table. Do we have a mover? Rick?
Yep.
Marty, a second? Rick?
I'm happy with that. So obviously we've got to have more people, going to have more vehicles, so that's any, I'm sure there's something missing, Bruce, but from 109, but anyway, 108, I should say.
Marty?
Same.
Okay, it's operational stuff within our council. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's 107 has been passed. You want to bring it up at the end, or are you
I'll
organised?
just have to pop it together, just one moment.
Okay.
Got a Kyla, are you just going to bring it up on the screen so everyone can see it?
I just have to get out of another document.
Okay, we'll come back to you. You let us know when you're ready. We'll move through to funded efficiencies from 109 down to 114.
I'm happy to move.
Move the lot. 109 to 114. Do we have a seconder?
Sure.
Okay, so we've got Marty and Rick. Okay, Marty.
No, it looks to me as though it's just funding efficiencies or just making it more efficient in the organisation. I'm happy for that to go ahead.
Yeah, it's a lot of good stuff there.
Yep, it's good.
Yeah. Any other
Q?
Yeah, I think I'll just speak to it, because I think this is something that the staff have done a really good job on, and this is what originally we asked of Jono and the team, was to go away and find the efficiencies within the existing budget. So that was the start point, and I guess these resolutions reflect some of that work. So I just want to acknowledge the hard work that was done to first of all look inside the organisation for how we could fund some of the new work that we have with existing budgets.
Okay, well spoken.
And the last word is the mover, so I agree.
You're okay. So all in favour to move from 109 to 114?
Yeah.
Aye. Against? So that's passed from 109 down to 114. Down to 115 funding appreciation. I think this is just a straightforward operational thing. So I'll second it. All in favour?
Aye.
Against?
I just got a question though.
Oh.
That's not all our depreciation, is it? Just for those depreciation associated with those 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 items, is that right?
Set out recommendations.
Just the new CapEx going into this. It's just
Sorry.
the new CapEx that's going into the LTP.
New
Yeah.
caveat.
This is the
New
collective CapEx for the resolutions that you're passing in this
It's the
report.
funding of depreciation, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's not depreciation of everything we do,
No.
why? It's just the new CapEx. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we go back and vote on it then, because we're just a little bit disrupted. All in favour of 115?
Aye.
Against? Passed.
The
Kyla?
item now is,
Kyla, you ready?
oh, didn't just swap screens.
Oh, sorry.
Would you like to read it out, Kyla?
Yep, sure.
I think I prefer 108 as it was.
That council supports the provision of capital spend of 229,000 and 36,000 and 25-26, and then between 32,000 and 240,000 per year, 26-27 to 2033-34 to fund Green the Fleet, including associated electric vehicle charging expansion sooner than council's current budget allows as proposed.
Okay, so we have agreed on the carbon zero. So this is on the back of that, Kyla, or staff. So this is part of the process.
Can you move it?
Move it. Do I have a seconder? I'll second it. Would you like, is there any discussion you like to have around this?
Yeah, I guess just really keen to support the work we are wanting to lead out in this space, and acknowledging that we have some staff members who show incredible leadership in their private capacity in this space for Northland. But yeah, excited to have the opportunity to support that greening of the fleet, and something which is somewhat overdue, but also it's really good to see how the technology is advancing. So we're getting more fit for purpose work vehicles available for use in the electric form.
Okay. Bruce, is greening of the fleet making sure everyone rides their bike to work?
That's zero carbon.
That's optional, Chair.
I've got a spare bike if you need one, Bruce. Right.
I just.
John?
So if you don't get these vehicles, are you going to buy vehicles of other means like diesel and whatever?
Bruce.
Sorry.
So Bruce, if we don't do this, are we going to have to buy other vehicles, or don't we need them? What I'm saying is that you're buying, into this green. If you didn't do that, what would you spend?
Yeah, essentially we'd be, well, these vehicles are more costly.
These ones?
Yeah.
To run?
Well, to buy from the capital outset, and they've got to put in charging networks. So if you don't do that, then you'd replace it with diesel. You want to go electric, and then you save that. Then you save that additional expenditure, and you wouldn't have a great fleet.
Yeah, but I was just thinking we're pretty good at saying yes to everything, and this is probably one thing we could postpone.
Okay, reasoning, John?
Well, just that we've said yes to most things, and that we've got a huge rate increase. And if we can put this back a year or two, be difference to the rate rise. What difference would it make?
I think the difference would be reasonably modest, because you'd be funding the depreciation through the long-term plan. Is that right, Casey? That cost of bringing the fleet would be funding just the depreciation. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the depreciation goes into rates.
Yeah, so this technology is improving as we speak, and new adopters are sort of, usually it costs you quite a bit of money to get into these things, and technology will improve and the batteries get better and the resale of these vehicles will improve. Yeah, I just.
Well, can you just bring the resolution back up on the screen, please?
Yeah.
Maybe we can make it bigger.
So Bruce, can you just talk through
Thank you.
this here? So you're asking for councillors to approve the capital spend. So that 229 isn't a direct rate increase portion of 299. This is using our reserved earnings to be able to fund it, and the actual capital, the impact on rates will be part of that resolution that council just approved before.
Yeah, so that'll need to be amended as well.
Good.
The resolution.
Yes.
So we need to amend resolution as a 115.
Yeah.
Just bring in the depreciated amount. So I think we depreciate our vehicles over 5 years. So if you take that and look at the 229, if that was simply vehicles divided by 5, that would give how much you'd need to fund through your LTP.
With some offsetting savings, from fuel savings and things like that.
Do you have the impact on rates? Or like that's essentially the question John's really asking is what's the impact on rates of this initiative? Really, aren't you? You're concerned about the rate from this. Do we have the what the
800 in year one.
Right.
33,000.
so it's not 229,000, it's 33,800.
And then increasing to 26.7.
Yeah.
And then
It
it's also.
doesn't exactly say that.
No, but that's where resolution 115 needs to be amended to bring that in.
So we didn't need to go back to resolution 115? Well, we will do now.
Well, it depends if you pass this resolution or not.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, please, Mr. Chair?
Peter Lucas?
Kia ora, my question's to the staff. I mean, electricity is not for free. I want to know what the cost is, and I'm sure these numbers are available, to actually finance the purchasing of electricity for these vehicles, and what's the cost analysis compared to the current vehicles that we have on the roads, which are largely petrol and diesel. And it's kind of related to what John brought to our attention, because and the other thing is like creating electricity isn't essentially a carbon neutral activity across the Pacific either. Kia ora.
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor Jones. I'm just looking at the new initiative form that was put forward in support of this proposal. And in that form, it does say that electricity is equivalent cost of 40 cents per litre. I think what's diesel at the moment? It's $2 something. Yep. So petrol's about $3. So that's where you're getting your offset in terms of your running costs. And we've also recently switched electricity providers to 100% renewable electricity supply. That was also the cheapest. So I think you're getting the best of both worlds in terms of you're reducing your actual running costs, but you're also having that carbon offset through ensuring our total electricity that goes in these vehicles is renewable. So I think that's the.
So what the staff are confirming is that all of the electricity that we use for our green vehicle fleet are in fact from renewable sources. Is that a fact?
Correct.
Okay.
We've
Kia
switched
ora, thank you. Kia ora, thank you. And the provider, just for the record?
Ecotricity.
Ecotricity. And is that based in our region or outside of our region?
I think it's a New Zealand-wide firm.
Okay, John's got a question.
Bruce,
Kia
you
ora.
talked the cost of electricity, 44 cents comparing it with diesel and petrol, but you didn't put your road users in there. You pay road users on electric vehicles. Do you know what that figure would do? The petrol has it in it, the diesel doesn't.
No, I don't, sorry.
Yep.
You told me.
Probably not questions at this moment. The depreciate, you guys have obviously we've already got hybrid vehicles. Have we got any true electric vehicles at the moment? Yes, Louisa.
Sorry, Chair. So I have an electric vehicle, and I charge at NRC, noting that we also have solar power here at NRC. So we do generate some of our own electricity. The other thing to think about with electric vehicles is the servicing costs are significantly less than petrol or diesel. And that's actually something to think about in your running costs. So as you so technology has moved on now. So I've got one has significant. One of the things with staff is they get a little bit nervous about the distance, particularly when we go to remote areas. Part of this is about the affordability of electric vehicles with large ranges is becoming much more affordable. And so the more we can have these, the more we can get staff to use those vehicles to be able to go out to remote areas. But yeah, the reservicing costs are much reduced compared to petrol and diesel. I don't have any exact figures, but.
And Bruce, do you have the figures of how many, what our percentage or how many electric vehicles we've got at present? That was part of the question as well.
Oh, no, sorry, I don't have those figures.
Bruce, have we worked in what the depreciation is bigger on an electric vehicle versus a normal vehicle? Like, is that a consideration? Do we lease them? Do we own them?
We would own them, Chair. and
Yes.
We would apply a 5-year depreciation consistent with our other fleet.
Okay. And
then-
you're working on the depreciation on the current model of what's on a diesel or a petrol vehicle?
Yeah, just a straight line 5-year depreciation.
Okay.
And then turn them over to turners at the end of the life. And
All right. So, Joe?
Just all that aside, on a purely practical basis, you can't run these vehicles through any floods. You know, if we're running 4-wheel drives and want genuine utility vehicle, that you know can get to high tire, if it's a bit of a weekday, flood or flood on the way back, electric vehicles just don't work. And you know, it's a job we've got to do is get our road resilience sorted out. And the other thing is that when you get up there, there's a hunt for charging, and it's already happened with staff. A few weeks ago, there was an issue there. We came up, find someone to charge it now or no. And it's not always practical in this district or region of ours.
So it's not, we're not turning the whole fleet over.
correct, Chair. There will still be 4 drives that are capable of going through water in the fleet.
Okay. Any other questions around this? Because we're going back.
Just a little,
Jack and then Mark.
sorry, a little admin thing. At the bottom 108, you've got these recommendations do not change what's proposed in the long-term plan. So is that still hold, or is this? Yes, so just a cut and paste error. We're not asking for new money. Thank you.
Okay.
8.34 original.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So what we're voting on now is what's on the board is 108. Oh, Marty?
Yeah, just flexibility to adapt and look at or be willing to look at new technologies. You see probably every week development of new technologies. They haven't talked about hydrogen, but nuclear fission or even mini motors. I haven't looked at the detail of it, but there's certainly concepts that are, I don't know if they're starting to come into production yet, but does this allow us the flexibility to be able to change, or we locking ourselves into an electric fleet when perhaps it may become less efficient than other methods?
I think it does provide that flexibility. The only thing is you will have, if you change to say hydrogen, then you have some sunken cost in your charging infrastructure, but you still maintain the use of those vehicles for some time. I don't know if the technology is going to outstrip us in 10 years or 20 years. So I think we're in reasonably safe ground and we can transition to another type of vehicle we need to.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that from conversations with Joe Camuso that just trumps hydrogen. But if there's developments in those fields,
Hey, Marty,
then we have that flexibility.
That's not a conversation for what we're
Well,
talking
it
about,
is,
really.
this is this locking us into a 10-year funding program, or have we? Does it allow us flexibility? That's what I'm.
Green fleet can mean anything. You can specify that it's going to be electric. So as long as that's in there, any green opportunities come along, I think I'm pretty well happy with that. Okay, everyone's nodding.
That answers
the question. Okay, so we're on to 108. All in favour?
Mr. Chair, do we do that all in favour thing? I'm in favour. Kia ora.
Okay, against? Okay, John is against. Passed. Now we were up to 115, so we're up to 116.
So,
Chair.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, no, I was just going to check in with the team because my understanding was that we need to revisit 115 now based on that 108.
Oh, 115.
So it's
So we're going to go back. Do we need to make a change in the
So
provision?
on the screen, it is literally just including the additional resolution 108.
Okay, it's a technical thing.
I'll move.
It was reference 107, so it's
Okay.
literally just moving it to the.
Technical. I'll second it. No response. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? All right, we're up to 116.
Can we take, I'm happy to move all of those.
I want to talk on one in particular, Rex, 118.
Okay, so you want to take 116 to 117?
No, if we can talk on them and take them all, but we can talk on them.
Do we have a seconder?
Because I want to talk on one as well.
Do we have a seconder to move from 116 to 124?
Yeah, it's wording.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder to move from 116 to 124. Rick?
So I know Joe would want to talk about 118 because that's the only one that involves money. I think the rest is just wording. Yeah. So this one involves, and my question, and I'm sure Joe was the same, was what does that actually involve in terms of removing that reserve?
Oh, 118.
You're talking item 118?
Yeah. All the rest are wording, and this one is removing the reserve. So I presume there's money involved.
You're asking Louisa, or
just how much? That's what it is. Reserve. Road reserve.
You want me to speak to?
I just want to know how much is involved.
Perhaps if Bruce or Louisa could speak to the rationale behind it, so then you can speak to it, Joe.
Okay.
I'm just clarifying, correct? It's the only one that involves money, isn't it? The rest is just wording.
Okay, Bruce, you're happy? You're organised? You want us to come back to you?
No, we're good. Casey will respond to that question.
Okay.
So there's no money currently sitting in this reserve, and when the Kiri Waipapa work comes online, it is just design and investigation work at this stage that we have budgeted, so it will be 100% FIR funded and run through the FIR reserve.
Yes.
So the removal of this reserve is just to tidy up. We'll have a 10-year zero line in there at the moment, so it's not that it's not going to exist anymore, and it will be brought back when that program comes into construction. It's just that it doesn't have anything in it for this 10-year period.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is more of a.
And so if it moves into capital construction, a reserve will be established.
Yeah.
To be able to hold those funds.
So we've got a reserve there, Chair. We've got a reserve. It's got zero balance at the moment. And the advantage of reserves, if we actually need to borrow from other reserves for the scheme for any reason, we've got reserve formed. I just don't see any benefit in closing it at this stage with this scheme in state of flux, the work we talked about yesterday. So I'm suggesting just leave the reserve there and with the zero balance, and gives you that flexibility. I can see any reason to get rid of it. In fact, it's an indication that the council has said it doesn't intend to do capital works for that scheme.
Okay, so we've heard from Casey. Casey, you would like to respond any more to that?
That they're at zero balance. It's
Okay.
just to tidy up.
Okay, just tidy that up. Marty, this is in your area.
Just a question going along those lines, is there any problem in leaving it? And that's, sounds like that's.
Jono?
If councillors would like to leave the reserve there with a zero balance, that's fine.
Not only is it,
it's an item
still there that it can be filled, it's a public perception that it's a possibility for capital works being done there.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have to make an amendment to 118.
Happy to second the amendment, Joe.
Maybe just don't do it.
Thank you.
Okay, so the amendment will be to take out removals and say supports the.
You could just go that council retains the Kiri Waipapa reserve. So it's just a change of wording there.
That's amendment to the motion, Rick and Jack.
Sure.
Okay.
Happy as Larry.
Okay, so we need to all in favour about the amendment.
So sorry, I'm just trying to keep up here. So the amendment was moved by Joe and Marty.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we put that and then that'll be the
We
substantive.
need to vote on that. All in favour of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Yep. Rick is against.
Well, I just think it's the reason I'm against it's administrative costs, and we've already explained, because we removed a couple of other, I know we've removed the Ruakaka one because it's just, it's something that sits in there, doesn't have any money involved. It's already explained that if the money does come available, it will be set up. So I just think it's one of these things which has hung around for a while. It's administrative work and time and energy, and it's not necessary.
Okay, well, it's been voted on, so thanks for your concern. So really, we need to now go back to.
Well, we now, that's effectively the substantive motion, all those.
Yeah.
That's whole suite with the amendments at 118, so it's open for any further discussion.
Any more discussion from 116 to 124?
Otherwise, you effectively put it.
I support the substantive motion.
Okay, all in favour?
Aye.
Yeah, just, I voted against 118, so what happens now if I support the others?
You lost it. so
You lost it. Lost the vote. Cool. Against,
Yeah.
against, you're against it?
No, sorry, I'm sorry. I thought
Okay,
Not bad. but
okay,
I'm
so
voting for the
this
rest.
is passed, so items 116 to 124 have been
Yeah.
passed.
Going too quick.
Are we going too quick?
No, right.
Good Plymouth.
Maybe. Right.
Okay, recommendations. Okay, updates to policies. It's pretty straightforward, but anyway, we'll just, is anybody happy to take like the revenue and finance and policy, flick through it so we don't lump them all together?
Yeah.
Okay, 125,
Yeah.
got to move it. I'll second it. Any discussion?
My question, and I have already asked this question of Kyla, what, we're supporting the updated revenue and finance policy. The change, that's what I was interested in, the change, and it said it was relevant on our decisions we made. Is that correct, Kyla? So the updated policy is from the decisions we've already made just today and today and yesterday?
Yes, so we'll have to bring in any of the decisions made
I'll have to
yesterday
update it through here.
in relation to the two rates will need to be reflected in revenue and finance policy.
So we're approving a policy that we haven't seen, that's all. And we haven't seen the update.
Policy forms part of the final documents that we bring back to you for approval in June. That's
Okay, thank you.
It's just say that we updated it to be included in the long-term plan, 24 to 33.
Yeah.
34. Any other concerns? Are you all right, Rick?
Yep, that's good.
Okay, all in favour?
Aye.
Against? So item 125 is passed. 126, can we? 126, can I have a mover?
Can we add?
Can we take-
to 127, 128, 129?
Or if we have a mover,
Possible? I'm willing to move if that's possible.
we need a seconder.
That's just
Policy.
Yeah, not changing from what was proposed in the discussion consultation document.
Any other discussion? All right, all in favour? Against? So that's 126 down to 129 has been passed.
Thank you.
Okay, we got 130 on page 69. Key performance indicators.
Yeah, happy to see that.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, I'm not too fast. Have everyone caught up to
No,
page
good.
69? Okay, good. Okay,
No discussion needed from me, but happy to hear from others.
okay, all in favour?
Aye.
Against? The 130 is passed. Down to group feedback. 131, recommendation. I'd like to read that. Just let me know when they're ready. Being ready, I'd like to move her in a second. 131, I should say.
I'm happy to move it.
Okay, you happy to move it, John? Okay, with a seconder.
Discussion.
Discussion?
It's pretty obvious.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman. Recent or potential developments at around Uruku, might that change this at all? I mean, we didn't really get a proposal from Prosper Northland Trust, did we? We just got basically getting to know you, reintroducing the project, but we didn't get, they didn't actually put the hand out, did they?
I think it was making sure we weren't going to remove the 5 million back in. I think it was that we didn't vote.
The
it
loan
out.
to MMA.
Yeah, the MM.
Yeah, so we have no other commitments whatsoever, and they're not asking us for any money. I'm just saying what the implications of passing this might be 2 months down the track, that's all. So John.
Chair, if I can just address the questions raised by Councillor Craw. Council has previously made a decision to allocate funds to support the project those funds aren't reliant on decisions here in the LTP. So as in, you've already got the funds sitting there allocated, and it's not reliant on any rate increase. To do that, council could change its mind on the allocation in the future. And that's a council decision, not a decision that's dependent on the LTP.
Oh, it's just quite right. It's
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you. Okay, thank you very much.
Marty?
Yeah, discussion document on page 71, use of chemicals. I'd just like to bring attention to that. So it's on page 71. It says in many instances there is currently no alternative to the use. I'd like to just bring to attention there are alternatives. Now this makes it sort of a slam dunk that it's the only choice we've got. Then there are other chemicals or other methods of use. In the following paragraph, council will continue to adhere to the EPA controls when we're not actually adhering to the EPA controls, and I'd like to see council will ensure instruction is given so that we can have better that we must adhere to the EPA control.
I'd just like to put that back to Don because all this is. Don, did you hear the councillor Robinson's question? Could you repeat it then, Marty, please?
What it says in para 1, in many instances there is currently no alternatives when there are alternatives. So it just makes it too dogmatic rather than there are alternatives there to some of these toxins use. So I'm just
so you're just talking about a wording.
I suppose it's a wording, but it's actually the whole context changes in that respect. And then in the following paragraph about council will continue to adhere to the EPA controls when we're not actually having best practice of our use of some of these toxins, where people aren't instructed, and so there's sub-regular effects either environmentally or in the human level. So I'm just bringing that to attention.
It's not a question, you're just bringing it to the attention.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not a question. We will go back and we will go back to 131 on page 69.
Thank you.
All in favour?
Right.
Against? Passed. 131 is passed. Down to 133, strategic direction.
132.
Oh, sorry about that. Individual feedback. Council does not make any changes to the long-term plan as a result of the submissions and topics transparency. I hear forest contract procurement, council leadership.
Second.
A second. All in favour? Aye. Passed.
Maybe if I can just make a comment, Jeff, following on from Marty's point. I think it's useful to remind people that while we are saying that this feedback isn't necessarily relating to a direct decision in the LTP, we still take it on board as councillors. So we read the submissions, we listen at the hearings, and it is a really useful process for us to understand, what is of concern and importance to Northlanders. So while procedurally we're kind of putting the stuff to the side, we have heard the feedback and we will continue to find ways to reflect what's important to the people out there. So speaking to your point, Marty.
And we will strive for better options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Practice.
Yeah. Best practice. Yeah. I suppose I didn't want to, go into any depth. Sorry, Marty, if I cut you off. But
Oh, no, that's right. I'd stay with this.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, 133, strategic direction. And 134, well, I'm just asking if anybody want to move one or both of them together?
I'm happy to move.
Yeah, both 133 and 134.
I'm happy to second.
Okay. John, any discussion around this?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to ask Tui and Peter Lucas if they're happy with the 2 hour wording and that it is accurate.
Hilda, can you bring that on screen, please, so I can look at it with some purpose?
On screen. Recommendation 133, the vision statement.
I'm on 2 devices here, so it'd be most helpful if the staff will bring that on screen.
It is on screen.
Okay, well, it's not on my screen. Can someone read it to me and then I'll be able to give some feedback.
Read it out. I'm happy to read it out.
Okay, Amy, taking on reading it.
Yep, we're just referring to recommendation 133, which is that council, it's disappeared. That council supports the amended vision statement, and the te reo is Te Akina, Te Taiao, Tuia, Te Here Tangata. Nurture the environment, bring together the people.
So that's 133, Peter Lucas,
Kia
133.
ora. I am in support of that, and that reflects, I think, a clear message from the community. Kia ora.
Taking both of them together, Peter Lucas, 133, 134. So the council supports community outcomes as set out in the long-term plan, 2024, 2034 consultation document and supporting information document. We're taking both of those together. All in favour?
Aye.
Against?
I'm in favour. Kia ora.
135. I think we're at the end.
Chair, just right there. We do the final wrap up. Got a matter we let lie on the table. 56.
And 29, is it?
There was a suggestion from Councillor McDonald after the.
For outstanding issues.
Yeah. So that's item 56. Was it item 29?
It was a new item.
It was a new item.
Oh, new item.
You're going first.
I'll go with
56.
56.
Not all the time.
6.
46.
Page
Page
6.
Page 6.
Black one. No. The brown one. Yeah. That's mine too. I just bought them.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
Still got the sticker on. Bloody lighter thieves. Go on, honey.
Kia ora.
Okay, so on page 46. I thought it was item 56.
That's correct.
Yep.
Okay.
On page 46.
Yep, on page 46, right. So,
Joe's going to speak.
John, Joe, you were going to speak to it?
Yeah. So basically what I was requesting was this item is actually brought forward so we can start the process off. I met with Louisa and Joe Kamusa, and the first part of the process, if we won't have anything, is want to get to move along is we've got to really do the LiDAR for that area. There's been some development, hydrology, and essentially I think where there's a will, there's a way to get this to proceed. That's why I suggested we left that reserve fund there, in case we needed to fill it up enough to get that work to happen. I'll talk to Minister Jones about this project and see if he's got any warmth towards it. And so I just want to leave it there as a viable project that we can move and develop into a RIF project if we need to. Yeah.
Okay, Jono?
Kia ora, Chair. Councillor Kerr, just seeking clarification then. At the moment, we haven't moved resolution 56.
That's right.
Just seeking clarification as to what, are you wanting to move it as it is, or are you wanting to move it with amendment?
Yeah, I want to move with amendment. Be able to work it, get the work to start in the next financial year.
So the 26, 27 financial year?
No, it's the
Following
following
25, 26?
24.
24, 25. And just to seek clarification, are we looking at then bringing forward all of those other budgets proportionately as well?
Yeah, I'd suggest we did, and we may have to. There's difficulties with budgeting. We may have to borrow from reserves, and that's put into the Kerikeri Waipapa River Reserve.
Can I, if I can?
It'll depend. First cut is what the lighthouse is first. see justification for LiDAR.
I just double checked with Louisa. We had some korero yesterday around capacity to deliver the work. Can I just touch base, Louisa, as to your korero with councillor Carr around delivery?
Sure, Chair. Yeah, we discussed capacity this morning. We can do the modelling only in the next 12 months. So because we can contract that, so we can do the modelling, do any more than that. And we looked at the things that we could potentially drop off to free up some capacity, but all the things we have for next year are all tied in with other funding from central government. So we have to deliver those. It's nothing to drop off to release capacity, but I could bring in my natural hazards advisor to help out with managing the model.
So just as a suggestion, councillor, if we bring forward all of these proportionately, so they start in 24, 25, and listening to what Louisa has just said around, yes, we've got capacity to do the modelling, which I think is what you were talking about with the LiDAR as well as our first step. Can if councillors choose to do that, can we just register that we then need to work through with the infrastructure committee around capacity and sequencing to make sure that we have a good discussion around what can and can't be done and what would have to fall off if we were able to do that.
So you know, my concern through this process is if you see the considerable number of staff that have been on board, and we've got an area here that's absolutely core activity that is running under huge pressure, and I find it unsatisfactory that we're not resourcing an absolutely critical part of council here. We're doing a whole lot of very nice stuff. And I think the essentiality of Louisa's work in this area isn't being.
It is a good question. Louisa, can I just bounce it back to you as to why we didn't seek some additional capacity? Like, as in the point that Joe's raising here is that we've sought additional FTE in other parts of the business, and why we haven't sought FTE in this part of the business.
And we invariably don't spend our budget, the salary budgets,
which we will look to be addressing next financial year, where we've got audit permission to be or agreement to be able to. But basically, we've got FTE that's over and above what our salary budget is to be able to address that critical point. Are you able to elaborate on that, Louisa?
So two things there, through the chair. So the first one is the central government funding from the Flood Resilience Fund. We didn't have confirmation of that when we were doing our new initiatives and we were working through all the workshops. So we didn't know that we were going to get that funding and the pressure that would put on us. But as part of those funding requests, we have brought in additional resources, contractors, to help us deliver those projects. So that has relieved a bit of pressure on the team. The other thing is, if you look at the work that's planned over the next 3 years, a lot of it is design. Remember how we pulled a lot of stuff forward from the Awanoa catchment? Because I can't say we're in this rebuild phase over the next 3 years of design, engagement, well, modelling, design and engagement, getting ready for the next wave of capital works. And that would be, we would have to phase that to see whether or not we could get that. And I guess, part of the, just thinking bigger picture, some of the roles that we've talked about today or yesterday are all part of that engagement part particularly. So the Kaituna Hapari liaison, they will be key in part of that landowner liaison for us with some of those projects.
Okay,
John, and our LiDAR, so we've increased capacity in LiDAR.
GSI.
Yeah. My suggestion is, if council approves this, we are going to work with the infrastructure committee around our entire program in this space. It sounds like Louisa is confirming that we've got capacity for the first year of the work, doing the modelling part of it. And my suggestion would be that through that engagement through the infrastructure committee, if we find we don't have enough capacity in the subsequent financial years for the rest of the work, that's an annual plan, like as in you can get that capacity through an annual planning process, whether that's through efficiencies of redirecting existing capacity or whether it's new capacity.
So through the chair, that's assuming that you've got a viable project, and we will know as soon as we do that LiDAR work that we've got a viable project. So, so it's all contingent on that. Correct. If you've got a viable project for this area, it sort of gives gives it the necessary reason to proceed. If it's not viable, there you go.
Okay, so we've agreed to bring some funds forward. Is that what I understand, Joe, to get the LiDAR work started in this 24-25 season?
Thank you.
Okay, so the wording in this,
I
sorry,
just want to find out what that actually cost.
modelling
part.
The modelling part. So what's the deal, Nike?
Sorry.
I can maybe just speak while Louise is, at the moment,
How to pass the ball.
that's the 130K that you've got allocated there in 26-27.
Bringing that forward.
It's bringing that forward to be able to do the LiDAR and the modelling, which would now be in 24-25. The 65K that you've got there, that would then become 25-26. The 170K in both 28-29 to 29-30 would subsequently be moved forward as well.
Just come forward a whole year. 2 years. 2 years.
Start.
So the compromise will be to move it 1 year to 25-26.
You want a 24-25. A compromise, yes, Rick, you're right. Yeah.
And just want to find out what that adds to the rate. So at 130.
0.5.
Just less than 0.5.
0.093.
Pardon?
0.09.
0.09.
130.
0.09.
Well, no, because it's
Pardon?
run through a borrowing model for the rivers.
Oh, right.
So again, it's, yeah.
So it's 0.09.
Cool. Question.
Happy with
Yeah.
that? Joe brought to my attention yesterday that Hawke's Bay and Napier are under exposure for
Class action.
class action by insurance companies. Are we aware of that? And just bring the fact that there's so much hard surface up there that potentially there's flooding that could be nailed on either council, district council or regional council. So that's sort of as a question, a rhetorical question, I suppose. And the next question is, if it's going to be cause us so much difficulty in bringing it forward for the 24-25 year, could we increase 130,000 to 140, 150, 160, whatever that extra cost of capacity would be, to be able to help staff to get that going this coming financial year?
There's a couple of questions there. So, Jono?
First one, I'll answer the rhetorical question. Yes, we are aware, and as a regional sector, we're leaning into support because it impacts all of us. Second one, around the capacity, having spoken with Louisa and Joe Camuso, for the particular bit of work in year one, their preference is not to bring any additional staff in, just the effort that it takes to actually recruit someone, go through the induction and getting them all up to speed. For the bit of work that's year one, they think that they would prefer to do it themselves. So no additional capacity for year one to be able to deliver those year one things. But as Councillor Carr said, if the LiDAR and the modelling actually shows that, yes, there's a viable project here, yes, we'll probably need to come back to you with what capacity we need to be able to find to be able to deliver that work.
So we've heard.
Is that all right? Is that,
Yeah, so we've heard on
consistent with your question?
And the other thing to do with this, I spoke to Louise about it. She's got a very good relationship with Tanya Proctor, the asset manager and the Farnells District Council. And I don't know if she's okay with that exposure that the regional councils in particular have got regarding flooding, spay and stuff in that class action. But it's probably well within FNDC's interests to actually support us during this.
Just to clarify, the class action is around essentially if you put in place flood infrastructure and that flood infrastructure fails, what exposure does the agency have for liability for the failure of that flood infrastructure? That's what the case is around.
So I got it wrong.
Yeah.
When I was here down there, it told me it was a feasance thing, period.
No, it's around if you actually build
feasance.
Yeah, if you actually build the infrastructure, and then so that's what happened in the Edgecombe case.
Yeah.
the infrastructure failed, then what obligation does the regional council have? Okay, Jack.
Yeah, thank you. Look, take this in context. With there's 19 recommendations here, and normally I'd be very loath to actually reprioritise what the staff know a lot better than us about which are the first priorities that should be, should be first cabbed off the rank, which is all predicated on risk. And they would have come up 56, leaving it to 2026 because it's a lower risk than some of the other programs, but it's a higher risk than some of the others. However, essentially, I think why Joe wants to bring this forward, this isn't parish pump priming. This is actually trying to get RIF funding, basically, and I'm willing to take that punt because I think this is a scheme that will appeal to the minister. As simple as that. I agree with Joe, and so I don't think. But to answer Rick's question, I don't think we can compromise and bring it forward 1 year because you might only then be putting it up for year 3 of the RIF funding. If we pull it forward 2 years, in other words, make a start on in July, we may be up to 2 chances at the RIF funding. Okay? We won't get in this first lot, of course, no, not a chance. But we might have 2 bites at the cherry in the successive years. So I'm willing to move that for 2 years.
All right, we need to move on, but we have heard from Louisa that there is capability of doing the LiDAR operation, get the first tranche done in what Joe is asking for. That is capable of doing that. So really, Joe, we agree on that. So everything would have to be moved forward. We're borrowing money for it anyway, so there's very little impact on the rates. Yep. Okay, so we need to just write up. Do we have to agree on that?
So can I just, sorry, I don't want to make it any more complicated than it already is. But looking back on yesterday, so 51 to 61 were actually carried. They were moved by Councillor Stolberg and seconded by Councillor Crawl. It was at that point that it then got raised by Joe, and Joe moved the potential amendment or to revisit number 56, and Jack, you seconded it that, and that point it got complex, and we agreed to have that further discussion. So 51 to 61 have been carried. If we want to look at 56, we're essentially amending a previous decision, which again has that 75% majority.
Okay. All in favour of?
Yeah.
Okay, unanimous.
Can we just check in with Joey and Lucas as well? Oh, cool.
We've got
Thank you.
70%. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so now the amendment will be
Kia
voted on.
ora, ai tautoko.
It's there. We've got a 75% majority, so that has been changed. We don't need to do anything.
Good. Okay.
Most excellent.
All right, so we go back to page, is it 65? We're on, I think. 65.
So having done that one, we were looking at Amy's suggestion.
Securities.
Which is
After page 20, so we're looking at page
39?
38.
38.
Got it.
Right, I suppose we start with Amy. Back at you again. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So procedurally, did we just let it lie on the table, Chris?
We did. Let me just double check.
It's not actually in there, so.
So we had,
Oh,
yeah. So Councillor McDonald moved it and Councillor Robertson seconded it, and we just left it lie on the table till the end of the decision. So that's where it sits.
So, Chair,
Yes.
can we just find out, because the reason we left it was we wanted to know what would be at 135, but recommendation 135.
Yeah.
So we now have a figure.
Yes.
So I would like to know, it's a straight 1%, is it, Amy, that?
That's what this proposal is.
So if we can find out what the figure is, then we know exactly what.
15.21.
16.21 if we add this.
15.21.
And can we have the dollar figure as well? Is that all right?
57.64.
And what about, sorry, if
Scratch that.
it was 60 something.
$57.
57?
57 extra.
Hold on, Casey's just double checking.
Yeah, yes. Realize my thing.
And while you're doing that, can we just clarify, we could work it out, but another 1%, what that means in the dollar figures as well. So 50.
Well, 50 cent would be another $5.70. Well, no, 57 cents or something.
Yeah.
57 cents.
I just thought we'd get it.
Yeah.
About $5.50-ish.
$5.50.
They'll take it up to $60. Okay. Well,
Just working on it.
yeah, all right. Okay, so really, Amy, it's up to you.
It's up to all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think I need to repeat. I think everyone can remember my wonderful speech yesterday. So I won't repeat myself, but I guess this was just something that we heard quite strongly from the community. There's a lot of our volunteers out there who work in the space, and for me, the reason I wanted to put it forward is, to me, it's a very efficient way of us supporting everybody out there to do environmental work on their own land or on community owned land. And so yes, it is a 1% increase that all ratepayers would be asked to contribute, but the funds go directly back out into the community. And it's an opportunity here. I think Don mentioned there's some opportunity to get some equity in terms of where we are investing in community-led pest management by looking to invest into the west and the northern part of Northland.
John Blackwell and then Joe Carr.
You got me without even looking at me.
All right, side vision, mate.
Yeah, it's sort of slots in a little bit with Kaipara and Moana, but can you define the western and northern areas?
To the west, to the north.
Are you saying?
I think Don has some projects that are.
Essentially, though, you're saying that, and historically, lots of our biosecurity HVAs have been along the east coast with some of those communities. Last LTP, there was some initial funding provided for additional work on the west coast. And this is sort of saying, hey, look, those communities there that we need to put more effort in to be able to have HVA. So you're talking basically along the west coast from Poto up through the Hokianga and then up into the far north. And when you're saying the far north, you're more meaning Te Huku?
Well, I guess I'll be informed by Don because he knows where some of those working relationships and opportunities are.
Through Mr. Chair, and yes, John has just about got all of those areas. So if you look at the mid-north and that area of the South Hokianga and down Western Northland, that area in our region contains some of our greatest, our highest biodiversity values, yet we are not there in terms of community investment. And if you go north of the Hokianga and south of the Whangapai, you're getting into areas like Wara Wara and those areas which are very, very significant. A lot of forested land on them, but again, the investment is very low from us at the moment. This is an opportunity to get into those places and assist a growing capability from Hapu in those areas to do work on their own land.
Two questions. Just follow on from there.
Yep.
Just that Willie Wright was talking to us, KMA is talking about the peninsulas and the Kaipara Harbour, really. That's the area we're looking at. Have you worked with him and what support would he have? It sounded like he had support behind him, but I don't know what it was.
Yes, so Willie Wright and that area of Kaipara Moana is they're actually very well funded in that area, and we are supporting that work in community pest control in places like Onaere and farms around that area. And again, they've got initiatives for expanding their roles and their community are engaged with that. So it's in a chance to help those kickstart some of those programs as well.
Okay. Jack's got a couple of questions and then Joe and then Marty.
Yeah, I just appreciate it's answer a bit really about, I mean, it's pretty open-ended. It says fund community-led pest management. So in my view, this shouldn't just be HVA. This could be.
Yes, and an example.
It could be, I mean, do we need to define better or are you happy to leave it at community-led pest control? First question.
We purposely put a broad picture there because we do have a diverse number of, again, Hapu-led initiatives happening in those areas which perhaps are better contained within catchments It's an opportunity for our organisation to work catchment wide and across within our council to work across that. And so they are set up as trusts. They're not necessarily would be an HVA, but collectively they're at a landscape scale. So a broad definition is our preferred choice at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. And the second question is, in terms of breadth, what kind of pest control are we talking about? At the moment, we see lots of habitats here where we're doing a pretty good job with some pests and no job at all on others. And I'm talking about pigs here. I mean, you go to Warrawara, you go to Perakino, it's just a pig farm. And yet we're doing a good job on other pests, but not that. So it's almost like some of the stuff it's futile unless you have a more of a broad brush approach. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Tui's asked for a workshop on this. If we're going to be spending $472,000 extra per annum, I'd really like to see a workshop on how we approach this work rather than just chucking it at possums and rats and stoats or whatever.
Okay, Jono?
Through the chair, if council does choose to support this resolution, you might want to consider that staff bring back an operational plan for it to the Biosecurity and Biodiversity Working Party for review as it's.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that.
So we're asking to bring in money without a real plan. Like I was talking to, just conversation with Jack, you know, like we have, and Amy brought it to my attention when I first got on council, is that we always reinvest our surpluses into, you know, interest or capital or something like that. You know, what could we ever set up, you know, when we have our surpluses, a percentage of that goes into this sort of stuff? You know, this is just thinking differently. Like we've got $2 million underspent on salaries. I don't know, but that's an example. Is 25% of that would go into something like this?
Yes, council does have the discretion to make those sorts of decisions. The only challenge is they're not ongoing funding streams, but you can put a lump sum into the next financial year for a particular purpose. So yes, you can totally do that.
And we have.
Yeah, I'm just thinking instead of drawing on the rates, we have the capability internally to make these internal decisions that are already there, thinking differently, because I definitely agree with Amy's thing is we're always going for the highest return, but the highest return could be biodiversity, biosecurity.
Yeah.
Versus the other way, and maybe that's a discussion we should be having versus putting another percentage on our rates. That's just the way I'm thinking. But John, did you have a question? We'll go to Joe. Oh, sorry, Peter Lucas. I think you've been waiting.
Kia ora tātou. I just want to bring to the attention the issues that we face in the far north. And when I say the far north, I'm talking the very far north. We've talked about the very unique species that are in some areas of Northland. But when you go into the far north, you actually have a lot of very unique species. And one of the places that we could work in partnership with whānau hapu and iwi is Taimoma. One of the places that has been forgotten about by our council. And I say that because there's been some disasters in that area, and some of them have been related to fire. But what I want us to think about is how the places of high value, like Te Arai Sanctuary, for example, and those places that already have been working on projects to fence off areas could actually be supported by an initiative like this or a rate like this. I think we need to think about that because the very far north also includes places that have offshore islands, and those offshore islands are again home to a unique type of habitat, and that habitat supports some unique species. And I just wanted to mention that because if we're going to work with whānau hapu and iwi, I think we've got to sort of broaden our perspective around what this sort of this rate could actually focus on. And when we think about beaches and coastline, what are the initiatives, for example, PNO initiatives that are in place with whānau hapu and iwi and those sorts of things as well. Just a few things for us to think about as we try and understand the breadth of what this could cover. Kia ora.
Peter Lucas, for your comments. We had John and Joe.
I'd love to support Amy on this, but I won't be voting in favour of it because of the 1% rate increase. Now, I love this work. I know getting people involved with this is fantastic, but then I'm concerned that can we afford to pay it as a community? So, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Your thoughts, Joe?
Yeah. The word pest management action, that include ginger, or we're talking about? Yeah, it include plant as well as animal.
Well, it depends whatever we want it to be.
We're just supporting the volunteers to do their action. We're not actually doing it.
Yeah, and I just wondered, because pest, yeah, just to say pest plants is pest, I just wondered how broad that is.
Good question.
Yeah, and the other thing is the pest management rate. It's not all of Northland paying it. It comes back mainly onto the properties, rural properties, doesn't it?
It's charged on the capital value, I understand. That's really
Of the rural property owner,
of
all
property.
property owners.
Yeah, so it's, you know, to make John's point, it's pretty high impact on the farming community. This, you know, the spread across Northland is not as general as you'd imagine. Yeah.
All right, Oriel.
And I just asked the question: can we think of any lines that we've approved that perhaps we could say this is more important? And because I'd be really gutted if you have a 1% rate increase, and then we get a whole lot of in the future, a lot of carryovers because we've got surpluses we've rated for and underachieved. And I just would like to see us. I mentioned right at the start when it came up, is where can we find a place that we can throttle back, but so this is covered off, because I like it. Yeah, and 1% is a lot.
All right, so we had Oriel as a response, and then Rick.
Yes, I just want to bring in the work that has been done in these different areas by whānau hapu and iwi. What I can say is that, yes, we're looking at this amount and what it will look like in terms of rates, but it does help community-led hapu and iwi initiatives negotiate funding over and above what we can provide. I can give a couple examples already that I know our teams are working across. Te Reo Hau have received 200,000 from Foundation North in regards to supporting some of their work in the Taiao. That's not specific to pest management, but it has been as a result of some of the partnership work we do. I also know for Otaua Hokianga, there is a 3-year commitment from DIA for 450,000 for 3 years work that we are also working with in terms of across our breadth of work that we do in the environment, and that will help support them to build their own community provision. So I think it is just adding that we could consider that this will help community-led projects bring in central government funding and philanthropic funding that we might not necessarily be able to do. I just wanted to bring that to the discussion.
I don't think the mood is that we don't all agree. I think it's the mood is that how do we pay for it? Because we're all passionate. That's why we sit around this table. So
just noting.
Oh, Rick, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you go.
I was just going to say, your first workshop on potential surplus is the 5th of June. Is that right, Bruce? We've got our first
Early June.
Early June. So if this resolution doesn't pass, we can put it on the list there. But also just noting that you don't actually make the decision on surpluses until August, and we've actually got our final
Just to
End of
follow,
year budget.
follow on that theme, I know Marty wants to say something. Is that we should have a good indication before we're going to strike our rates of our level of carryover. And so you got another pivot point.
What do you,
Comfortable with that?
Bruce, can you answer that? Where are we sitting at the moment with our carryover?
I think my last conversation with Simon about a week ago was we're probably looking after transfer to reserves at a year-end surplus of around about $800,000.
Is that including the salary?
Yes, that's everything.
That's everything, but also recapping at what we budgeted for.
Yeah.
So after we recap what we budgeted for to recap on our funds, and then transferring to those reserves, it's about 800,000. Simon's estimating at the moment.
Bearing in mind, that's based on still 2 months worth of operational delivery and fluctuation in the markets.
So you would see that whether it's all on budget at the moment, there's nothing sticking out.
Correct. In early June, Chair, we were hoping to brief you on that amount, maybe a bit more refined. We won't know the final amount until August, but we're pretty close. And then some things you may choose to do with that surplus.
So we're virtually sitting on a 2% increase in rates in our surpluses.
Yeah. So the point is that I think we could some principle and ideally see if we can fund it out of our surplus.
Okay, that's a discussion. Well, we'll open the table. I see Nise has got a hand up, and then we'll go to you, Rick.
Hi, kia ora, Mr. Chair. Firstly, just observing this, I fully tautoko what this action that Amy has brought forward, mainly because conservation has taken a massive hit budget-wise, the Department of Conservation, to actually continue on the mahi that Jobs for Nature is now coming to an end. So mindful that all of the pest control projects that took place for J4N are coming to an end now, and all of those kaimahi are still wanting to continue the infrastructure that was developed out of that, but the Department of Conservation no longer has that funding to do so. So I think this would be a great way for our communities to leverage off, as it's been discussed, and also to maintain the hapu, iwi and hapori ratepayers at it be, to continue the mahi that's necessary. Otherwise, it's the infrastructure that's been invested in isn't going to have much support. So I'd like us to bear in mind, and I know for a fact they would totally tautoko this. Kia ora.
Okay, Marty.
Yeah, thanks. In the second motion, I think there's some of our best bang for buck in getting things done. I'm concerned at the moment that with our possibility of using 1080 like a one spray walk away, instead of being able to fund a far more integrated approach towards pest management. I'm talking about the wada, where we could be giving more on the ground to both Tainga whenua and locals in that area in managing it better. So I'd like us to spend more. And this one's happy to support 472,000.
Yeah, so we've got two options here. We agree that these are the vehicle. It's whether we go the rate rise or we take it back to a potential use of surpluses.
And speaking to that, I want certainty rather than potential.
Well,
rates is certainty, surpluses is potential and maybe, but I want certainty.
Well, the surplus I've heard from Bruce is 800,000+ at this moment. The certainty that I'd have trust in Simon and Bruce with myself would be pretty strong.
Oh, well, I'm not suggesting that it's not there, but we don't know what's going to come up economically in the near future. So that's why it's subject to the winds of change.
Excuse me, Chair. I do have a concern that, that's this year's potential surplus. Going forward, you're not sort of budgeting for surpluses. So if the council decides to fund it next year, where is the funding for the ongoing part of it going to come from?
Yeah, So that's why rates is a certainty and surpluses are. Yeah, Rick.
Right. I just think, we've got to look. It's difficult, like it is 1%. That's why I like the dollar value, because when you compare it 79 to 84, it doesn't seem too much of a jump. 15% or 16% increase with WDC is quite a big financial jump. I don't know if Casey, if you can got it offhand, but 16% would be a big jump. Ours is $84. We're talking an extra $5. I believe that the money of any money we invest, this is probably our best return. Like you look at the HVAs, they're returning anywhere between $5 and $8 for every dollar we put in, and some even more.
Yeah, more.
So this is a way better return than we're getting from anything. Way better return we're getting from investments, from property, from anything else we do. This is an amazing 800% return is amazing return. And I know it's not a return you can measure actually in dollars return to the council, but in terms of dollars we don't have to spend, it's huge, it's massive. And every dollar we spend like this is, we know we're getting a fantastic return. And my second point is, which is something we didn't really realise from HVAs, is the interaction between the groups within the HVAs and the interaction between the HVAs themselves and any other pest management groups. They're all out there to help each other. So when you have a conference or a meeting of one group, you get every other group coming along, and they learn from the ideas. They all go and help each other. They run their trapping workshops and invite everybody else along. And iwi and hapu, and picking up on Oriel's point, this hasn't really been a feature of the HVAs, and I just see it's a huge bonus. That's one whole aspect of pest control that we haven't really jumped on yet, and I can only see it being beneficial. And the other thing is geographically it fills the gaps. So we're well covered on the East Coast, and we need those two on the North and the West.
Okay, I think we've had plenty of conversation around it. So, Chris, can we just go back to make sure what we're going to be voting on?
So it's.
Oh, right there. Okay, it's up on the board. Okay. So,
I get to finish off.
oh, you get to finish off. Okay.
Sorry, Chair. I'll be really quick. So thank you, everybody, because I know we are all feeling quite tense about the percent, and I fully understand everybody having a bit of trepidation around this. But I want to push forward, and I think I'm going to remind us that this is absolutely core work for NRC. It's about environmental wellbeing, and it has the added benefit of community wellbeing. And it strengthens our NRC relationships out into our communities, so it makes our other work easier to do. It's an incredibly efficient way to use rates for the good of our region, and for that reason, I think we can justify 1% for this purpose. Thank you.
Okay. Right, we're ready to vote on it.
Yeah.
So all in favour of Amy's?
Sorry, myself.
Just before we vote, Mr. Chair, what I'm seeking clarification about is how everyone will benefit from this, particularly whānau and hapu, because unless that is written into the recommendation, it essentially is not confirmed. Because I know that there's already an aversion in this council to supporting Māori work streams anyway. And I say that with purpose, aversion. And the reason for that is the white privilege that permeates throughout all our decision making, particularly in operations. And so when we say yes to this, I want to understand what it is we're saying yes to, because if the words, the nomenclature associated with the volunteer groups is not in there, what happens is the purpose is not really confirmed. And so I want to be clear about that. And if that wording really includes whānau, hapu and iwi and their volunteer efforts in the far north, particularly because that area is more than 60% te reo Te reo Māori focused communities, tikanga Māori focused communities, and members. When you think whangaroa across the North Hokianga, that's a huge Māori population. And I want us to be really open-minded when we think about what volunteer groups are, because when we use words like volunteer and community, we think white. We don't think diversity and inclusivity. And I want us to understand what we're saying yes to. Kia ora, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's move on. We're up to recommendations 1 through 5. So
I'll let-
Box.
wording will be because that isn't affected by the.
Like a 1 minute.
Well, yeah, you still have a choice of whether you want to have a lunch break it now or one push on.
Yeah, have lunch break.
Well,
Are we going to vote now? If we're going to vote, can we please read the motion out just for the record?
Sorry, Peter Lucas, it was already voted and motion was passed before you spoke.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. In your leadership around these decisions, can you just clearly articulate the motion before you go all those in favour? Because what's not on my screen are the words, and I have asked for the words to be on screen, but they're not. Okay then, kia ora.
Okay, thank you. So the vote with.
How do you vote?
Chris needs to record the.
You said all those in favour. You did not say those against. So you said all those in favour. I want to go back and be sure that people voted. If they did not vote, then the decision has not been made yet. Can we have clarification through you, Mr. Chair?
So just
clarify that the chair did ask for for and against. We had
Uh,
councillors
I'm just going to go with Amy.
Jack, Joe, Marty, Rick in favour. He was then called for against. We had Jeff and John vote against.
There's been
I haven't seen anything in the chat come from yourself or Tui, and either way, even if you did want to vote against and clarify that position, that motion has been passed by majority.
Someone's mic's on.
And just for clarification from our end, the recommendations are being demonstrated on the screen to try and provide clarity for everyone, which is actually not.
They have just come on screen now. Thank you so much. They've only just come on screen at my end. Okay, thank you. Now, look, I want to be clear. I do support, Mr. Chair, the idea and the concept. It's the detail that concerns me. And if the detail is not captured in the decision, I fear that the communities that I represent will be omitted from the good that can come from this. Kia ora.
Okay, we're going to stop for.
Yeah, can we have?
Did you have? Commission.
All of it. Yeah, I've got year 1. Provide all of the information required for 1 through 5. It would be good if we could have lunch break.
Okay.
It might take up to 45 minutes.
All right. So
Through the modelling.
should we look at one? That just because we'll be finished, and then we'll be ready to go when you are. Communicate that because we're not going out of the room, are we? We're not going out of the building. Okay. So convene at 1, and if you're not quite right, we'll get another 30 minutes.
Kia ora koutou. For those who are not tracking the chat, it's been really difficult to hear what the chambers is saying since Chris spoke. Can we have that fixed, please?
If I will.
It's 2 years. Still can't. So you guys are just breaking up. Can't hear anything.
It might be the columns.
On screen.
Breaking at 1 o'clock.
Okay, so yous are having a break. Thank you. We'll be back later. Kia ora.
Go and check. I'll let you know. Don't go to any trouble. No, it won't matter. Next
WDC, the end of the round.
Yeah.
16% for us is 80 for one. That's messy. That was $84. You look at your right hand. You spin it over to get out. Come back. Spin over, you get the Richmond Council. Gone up. And I was first here, like, I remember.
Yeah, we just.
Like $70. Now it's
Yeah.
about $4. That's the, people don't. But you don't mind me bringing it up all the time, Tyler. You know, it was 16% for us. It's $84, 16% for it's $900. You're not gonna die on this.
I've done a number of COVID tests. So, yeah.
Sorry. It's so good having the window, so I'm gonna open up. I love being a look out.
You put some there? Yeah.
Maybe we can reach out there.
1 minute.
I reckon he'll be here. Feel like.
Just checking who is there.
That's how you do it, Ori.
Louise is, yeah, exactly, right.
John Tui, John here, just checking in that you can hear us.
He's right in the end, he's coming.
Yes, thanks, Jono. That's better.
And is Peter Lucas with you, or is he coming in on his own?
Yes, he's been waiting online as well.
Yep. And then we can do it.
Okay. Right, Kyla, we'll be starting with you. Participation. Okay, it's up on the board.
Increases are in and they are up on the board, and I put a little table down there to show the impact over the 14 years of the plan.
Dollars? $84.77.
No, that's slightly different.
It's $84.77.
Couple of cents, I think.
Well, that's what I've been given.
It's checking it's $84.70 for year one.
Correct, yes.
$84.70.
Okay, well, I'd just like to thank everybody to getting to this position. I think over 2 days, we've controlled ourselves very well, and lots of passion, great support from the staff. And I think we've got to a great place. So, some people in our community will be feeling a bit nervous about this coming out, so we'll move on to it. So we got to go to a.
Yeah, we're looking for a mover and a seconder to support that resolution, which is recommendation 130.
John wants to start again? Okay, so we're asking for a mover and a seconder.
I move that.
I'm happy to second it. And should we just clarify for the people online that what's on the screen is the updated resolution 135?
Okay, well done.
So it just for those online, is exactly the same resolution as what 135 says, except it's got 16.18% included in there, and Kyla's about to add to that.
And the addition, to make it clear, including continuation of the regional sporting facilities rate and the regional rescue services rate.
Kapai.
Clarity.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. They've got to talk first, and then Joe. Okay.
Right. What's come around there to talk? Not on that screen, no. I just want to, obviously I'm moving and I'm talking in support of this increase. I'm very happy to comment. I'd like to see the dollar figures for each year though, so that I think that's important. And my only, look, I know it's not what we were consulting on, but I do feel we've come to a very good, as the chair said, a very good discussion over the last 2 days. And I think this is a fair representation of the consultation that we've received and the discussion that we've had. And the only other comment I want to make is that it is $84.70, the increase. If WDC and Far North District Council and Kaipara go to similar percentage increases, which they've proposed, as an example, and a dollar figure, a 15 to 16% increase on WDC would be around $500 per ratepayer. So we are, when we talk about $84.70, we are talking about our increase, and it is not related to a WDC increase, which would be around $500. So I'm happy to move it and support it. Thank you.
Amy and then Joe.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I guess supporting what Rick has raised, and it is useful to always give that perspective of our rating package versus those of the district councils. I think, yeah, I just want to, for anyone who hasn't watched the hours of deliberations, let people know that we really took on board the staff feedback on all of the decisions that we've made, but particularly around the regional rescue services rate and the sporting facilities rate. So we acknowledge and thank the community for coming out strong in support of those things. And that we also as a regional council, we are having to respond to a increasing challenge out there in terms of caring for our environment and dealing with the mandate that is handed to us by central government. So while we have worked hard to try and make this as prudent as possible, we are looking at an increase, but I believe it is the right thing to do. It's showing regional leadership for environmental wellbeing, the wellbeing of our community, and sets us up for a really good 10-year period ahead where we can tackle some of the big things that are challenging us right now. So kia ora, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, and it's not part of trying to amend this resolution, but we did discuss that we've got to actually formally notify our rate strike, and we would really like, if possible, if we've got some operational surpluses that are fairly defined at the time, to see if we can actually make a reduction at that point. And we did discuss as the council that would be an opportunity if it arises.
All right, Marty, you got a hand up?
Yeah, just and also agreeing with what Joe's saying, if we can save some percentage off or part of the percentage off, I'd really appreciate that. The reason being, just looking on the back of a matchbox, although be said it's $84.70, I'm going to be $200. I'm not a big in terms of NRC rates. That's just approximate. I know there are farmers out there that are going to be considerably bigger than $200 for regional council rates increase. Yeah, $200 probably per year. So I'm only a small guy compared to someone like John, Joe, or Jeff, or other farmers. So they're going to be starting to talk in terms of thousands. They've already made their cuts. However, John, just in response to something you said earlier on, times are tough for farmers, but when the brakes are off for farmers, then going to get a share of that. So there's that balance to be had there. In setting high rates now in tough times, when times are good, then it's not going to be such a major negative impact.
Hopefully we live long enough for it to come good, Marty. But just like John,
if I could just quickly just provide a little bit of a process moving forward. So based on your decisions here today, Bruce, Kyla, Casey, and the rest of the team, they're going to go out and produce your long-term plan. They're going to do all the modelling. They're going to update all the policies. They're going to produce your that all needs to be audited. So there's quite a heavy audit process between now and council adoption. So I heard Councillor Carr and Councillor Robertson around reducing the rates. You're setting the rate. You're passing a resolution here to set the rate. These guys here then need to go and do over the next weeks to actually pull it all together. Yes, you get to look and make decisions on surplus in August, but you will have adopted your LTP before then. So I'm just trying to manage expectation of how this process works. There's not really an opportunity in that process to change the rate that you're setting here.
There's no coming back. That's what you're saying.
But what was said yesterday was that when it comes to the end, we know exactly where we lie. Are we able to just do a quick glimpse of the things and see where something might change?
When it comes to June, it's all, everything's been audited.
Yes, sure.
You've gone through. So let's say, for example, you did want to change the rate. What's the date for our June council meeting?
25th.
25th. We legally have to have an LTP adopted by the end of this financial year. If you changed it there, we'd have to go back through another process of auditing, changing the LTP. We would need to come back in July.
I'm not suggesting changing it now. I'm suggesting now, instead of saying accepting, because we've come to 16.18, I'm saying, is there anything we can reflect on from our conversations of yesterday and today that we might be prepared to bring that back below 16%, for instance?
I would say no, because we've actually passed resolutions.
Yes, we have, but we know that 80% will be able to change that.
No, Bruce is shaking his head. We've agreed and signed off.
Yeah.
It's all been agreed to. I think there's no coming back.
If councillors want to change that, now's the time.
Yeah. You want to go back and visit
That's
some,
exactly
any
what
of these? Okay, which one do you want to go?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I just want to bring a bit of clarity to what's happened. And to do that, I just want to say, if we don't have the courage to back the decisions that we just made over the last 2 days, then we really need to better understand what our role is as decision makers. When we decide to put our name to something, and that could be anything, it's a decision. When we put our name to something, we have to stand by it. And this is one of those times, because I've put my name to these decisions. I'm not now going to retract my name and expect everybody to go through the long-winded process of me sounding out again with people what my mixed feelings about a decision might be. I urge everybody to stand by what they put their name to and have the courage to be disliked if it means that you have to do something for the best interests of the whole region. And
Okay.
I think, no, Mr. Chair, I just like a moment, because if we're going to do this, go back and retract decisions and change them, it just makes things difficult for us all. And I urge you to bring us to a point where we can just confirm where we are. Kia ora.
Yep. Confirmed. We have confirmed that there's no going back. Okay, there was concerns raised. We've actually raised the concerns there. We've already agreed exactly what you said. Marty was unaware of that. He's been made well aware there is no going back. There's no issues there. So, Tui, I see you got your hand up.
Oh, kia ora. I just wanted to take a moment to lean in with my support as well. And thank you, Jeff, for taking us through this process. Thank all of the councillors. I think we've had a good, robust process. I'm happy that we're committing to climate resilience, amongst other things, and the emergency services. I'm happy to stand by the number. I believe that this number that our communities will be getting a lot of services. And we do understand as well that we are picking up the slack of government. A lot of this money should have been covered by government, and unfortunately they refuse to, and we must ensure that our communities are thriving, healthy and safe. So I thank everybody for the day, and I just wanted to have those few words. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tui. And I think we picked that up from NICE with the Conservation Board running out of money, and we're going to be called upon as a community, put our hand out more to support government. So I just yeah, so it's just like to
someone's devices.
Devices probably with two
just that you better? No.
Maybe they might have devices.
Oh, Tui, are you too close to Peter Lucas? Maybe it's interfering through there.
Yeah, no, it's that room. NICE was experiencing it as well.
Okay.
I can just hear people giggling and laughing.
Okay.
Well, it's not doing the reverb now.
Okay. Okay. So thank you. I'd like, and I really want to highlight, and I've talked to John about this. I think our when we go out with this rates, you know, you got to realise that our community good is nearly 5% of this rate. And I'd like us to verbalise that and promote it for what we're called upon as a community for our community good, which is our emergency services and our sporting facilities. You know, that is not, you know, when you take that away, it's 11.28% to have our core business going for NRC. So, you know, at the 16.18, we're still got to pay that rate, but we have all agreed that it's critical for us to nearly pay 5% of our rates to make sure we have our community good projects going, which is our emergency services and our sporting facilities. So I'd like it promoted separate, because I think it shows real clarity of what we're bringing in. So on the back of that, I'd like to move on because we have to vote on this. Is everybody ready to vote? Okay. All in favour of the proposed rate increase on 135?
Aye.
Against? John Blackwell, against.
On you, John.
Passed.
Can we just clarify the process from now, please, to total, to full sign off?
Just to note, also, once we've finished this, we've still got one
yes.
more paper to go yet.
Oh, yeah.
But process now is essentially Bruce and the team are going to go away. They're going to give effect to all of your decisions within our long-term plan paperwork. Then we need to go through an audit process. We will have our auditors come in and audit all of our numbers and assumptions. We'll then have a council meeting on the 25th, was it? 25th of June, where there'll be a paper here with our long-term plan in it and for council adoption of the long-term plan.
Adoption, not debate.
No, there's no more debate.
Correct, it's an adoption of the long-term plan.
And can I confirm then, so obviously we are live streamed, so it's public knowledge now that we've accepted 6.18.
Yep. Okay, you can text anybody you like.
Thank you.
Right, let's go to page 437, 6.2.
Fees and charges. I'm happy to move all 12 in one block.
Hold on, we'll just make sure people catch up. Fine. I know you've moved it.
Be very well workshopped.
Yes, there shouldn't be any
Seven.
foreign to anybody.
Sorry, say the page again, please.
437, 6.2. Fees and charges.
I'm happy to second, thanks. Sure.
Okay, so we do have a staff recommendation. So if you look at the recommendations on page 438, at the bottom, 438, 439.
Yep.
Staff.
Clarifying, did you get a mover and a seconder for all resolutions?
Yes, that's
Yes.
correct, 1 to 12.
Yeah, come on, thank you.
So that was Rick and seconded by.
So it's moved by
Oh.
for.
Okay, so we've got two recommendations, two options here, I should say. And the staff recommendation is to support option 1. Do we have any conversation around that, Jack? You've already said it's a no-brainer. We've
Well, we've workshopped it very, very to within an inch of its life. And no, I don't have any more to say.
Rick?
No, just that, user pays. I think somebody commented on in the long-term plan about user pays, and this certainly reflects user pays. So in fact, it's, could even be more, couldn't be higher, but I'm very happy with it as it is. Thanks.
So John?
So it's user pays for it. The only thing we've got to be careful about is that our rates aren't too expensive of the service. That's all. That's what we're here for.
We're here for the community.
Make sure we run this efficiently.
Okay. Okay, we're ready for vote. All in favour of option 1, staff recommendation?
Recommendations 1
1 to 12.
Oh, 1 to 12?
Yep.
Yes, sorry, yep. Okay, against? That's the last of it. I declare the meeting closed. Aurea, would you like to close us, please?
Oh, sure.
Sorry to catch you unaware.
Oh, no. I just like it closed so quickly after such a long time.
This is all about new efficiency.
Yeah. Oh, te mea tahi mihi ana kia koutou nā kaukaunia. Mo tō koutou mahi puku I roto I tēnei kōrero ua. Nō reira, kei te mōhio mātou nā kaimahi o te kaunihira kei konei mātou ki te tautoko I a koutou. So, nō reira, he mihi aroha, he mihi rangatira ki a koutou. So just acknowledging our councillors and also all those that support you in the partnership. And our kaimahi are here to do the work. and to support that work going forward. And to also wish those on the, I said Tiwi yesterday, so I couldn't remember the Ingwa, but also those that are out there on our online managing through our technological difficulties and also bringing a very clear voice to tautoko the mahi as well. Nō reira, kia ora koutou, kia ino i tātou. E o matua kore. O mai tō kaha ki a tātou katoa mō te mahi I mua a tātou katoa. Mana ki tia hoki nā kuia kaumātua I roti te hāpori, tainua ki ngā tamariki mokopuna ki te taitokirau. E te atua kaharawa mana ki tia mai tātou katoa ake, āmihi.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for those online. Thank you.
Ka kite koutou, pai tō mahi.
It's a meeting at.
Yeah, I think so.
I think